Good evening. Thank you all for coming. We're going to head and call this meeting to order. This time we'll take roll call. And we'll start with Mr. Dave Wilkes. Ms. Angelina Harden.
Here.
Ms. Gabby Begay.
Here.
Myself, Hector Carrillo, here. Gilbert Wadiana. And Ms. Taylor McWhorter.
Here.
Thank you. We have a quorum. Next, we'll have our board norms. I'll start. Number 1, actively listen to all perspectives.
Number 2, close the loop responding to concerns and questions as a unified board.
Number 3, model professionalism we accept from all members of the district and community customer service orientation.
Number 4.
Assume positive intent.
And number 5, be positive and responsive.
Okay, at this time, we can join me for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag
Of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
I salute the flag of the state of New Mexico, this symbol of true friendship among united cultures. Okay. We'll move on to Section E, recognition of the state volleyball champions by the school board and Senator Gabriel Ramos. So at this time, ladies, we are proud to announce that the Lady Indians volleyball team has made school history. This past year, for the first time ever, our team won the state championship title. Through hard work, determination, and incredible teamwork, these young athletes have achieved something no team before them has accomplished. Their dedication on and off the court truly represents the spirit and excellence of our school. So on behalf of the Cobre School Board, each player and coach will be presented with a certificate of recognition and a t-shirt to honor this historic accomplishment and celebrate their outstanding achievement. So congratulations to our players and coaches on this unforgettable achievement. You made history. Congratulations, ladies. At this time, I will call Senator Gabriel Ramos to the podium. He'll give a speech, and then we will call each of you by name and give you guys your shirt and a recognition. And I believe Mr. Ramos has something as well. Go ahead.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Board, thank you for letting me speak today. I think it was just a great adventure for these girls. I think it's awesome that they won the state title, but more than anything, they gained an experience that most of us will never have. I know I was never a state champion, got close a couple times, but for them to win a state championship in volleyball and go all the way to state and win the way you did, it was just, it literally made our hair stand up even more than it already does, just knowing that you all did so well. Knowing that no one in this area has ever won a state championship from Southwest New Mexico, because that is a tough sport. And hats off to you, hats off to the coach, hats off to the parents, and the dedication everyone has put forward to winning a state championship. That is awesome. And I don't know how you want to do this, Mr. Chairman, but I've got all the certificates here. Do you want to combine them with yours?
Sure. So what we'll do is I wanted each of the members of the school board to participate. We have their names. So as soon as we call their names, they can come get their shirt. They can come to get their shirt, the certificate, and then they can go your way to get your certificate, if that's okay.
That's perfect.
Okay.
And again, from the state of New Mexico and the Senate floor, we really, really are proud of you. And I can't believe how well you all did. And now you can call yourselves New Mexico State champions. That is awesome. Congratulations to you.
Good. We'll go ahead and start with Mr. Wilgus.
Good to me first.
Yes, sir.
Tom Martinez.
Right over here.
Angel Signs.
Bella, I think she's at softball.
Size.
Size. Yes.
Marlena Delgado.
Is that Eliana? She's not- Okay.
Not very good with names.
I guess she's right here.
No, she's not here.
Viviana Dominguez. Congratulations. Sammy Huerta. Congratulations. Bobby Mares. Congratulations.
Avery Castro. Kiara Aguirre. Congratulations. Gianna Garza. Congratulations.
My turn.
Yes.
Have manager Alexis Gutierrez.
Congratulations.
Coach Shelby Benfield. Manager Hunter Molina.
Manager Logan Jones. Coach Julie Gutierrez. Coach Jasmine Black. Coach Denise Plasencio.
Isis Dominguez. Haley Gutierrez. Tamara Ortiz.
Miss Eliana Delgado. You're welcome. Congratulations. Miss Bella Size. Congratulations. And just so the public could see, these are the shirts that the board, we decided to get them. It's the state championship shirts, so just wanted to show you all. So congratulations, ladies. If somehow we can fit you all around us to take a picture. Okay, please, come up here. Miss Charlene? Yeah, we're behind us or even in front too. Just a quick, big picture. Congratulations again, ladies. We're all proud of all of you. Behind us or?
Yeah,
Where do you
you
want-
saw.
They can, I think they can fit behind.
Don't worry about my bag.
Senator?
It's gonna work. I guess so.
No bunny things. eh?
Sorry. No putting, yeah, no putting.
Can you get everyone, Charlene? Is everyone in the frame?
Good deal. One more round of applause for your state champions, Lake Cobre Indians. Miss Julie, Coach Julie, can we give you the rest that's over here? And then I think Senator Ramos has their certificate. Oh, that's too much. All right.
Thank you.
Okay, we'll move on to Section F, Kiwanis Student of the Month presentation.
Hello, Chair, members of the board. My name is Bob Carson. I'm with Kiwanis Club here in Grant County, and it's a pleasure to be here today because we're going to give a certificate to Kiana Madrid. Is Kiana here? Kiana Madrid, if you'll come on up. I just wanted to take a minute to say thank you so much. We have a great relationship with the Cobre schools and have had for years. And just hang out here for a minute. Well, at any rate, the Kiwanis Club, of course, Kiwanis has been over 100 years. We're about 80 years, I guess, in our club. But we try to do what our program is about is to serve the children of the world. And we do it in a number of different ways. Each club is very local and they do it in their own way. We do have some very good programs that are international. And actually we have them, most of them in either here or Silver districts. So for example, one of the main ones is Key Club. And the Key Club at Cobre High School is awesome. It really is. Mrs. Ryan is the current counselor for us, and we have a great role there. We also we start off by doing programs in the elementary schools. So we do Terrific Kids, and Terrific Kids is a recognition program of kids who have done usually outstanding. Shows my age deportment, but they work hard and they do things right. And I know I've been working on and off with Central Elementary for a couple of years. My wife does Harrison Schmidt over in Silver. Dottie Pfeiffer, who's usually here doing this, she does I think San Lorenzo, and I'm not sure who's doing Bayard and Hurley was Kiana Huerta and Matt were doing them, but I think their schedule got them a little busy right now. But at any rate, Kiwanis has a great track record doing things for kids, trying to give them leadership opportunities. And one of the things that we do is a Student of the Month. And we thank you for participating with us in such a way that we can honor the young folks at your board meeting. And so that's you. I'd like to introduce Kiana because I've got a little thing written here by Mrs. Begay. And Kiana is goes to Snell. What grade are you in? She's in 8th grade. And just to let you know that here's what they think about you.
You can come up and take pictures.
She stands out not just for what she does, but for who she is. A bright, warm, genuinely outgoing spirit who makes everyone around her feel welcome. She has a natural gift for conversation and connection, never hesitating to strike up a kind word with a classmate, a staff member, or anyone else who crosses her path. Her energy is contagious, and her presence has always her presence has a way of making room for a lot of warmth. Did you know that? Is that how you see yourself? That's good. It's sometimes hard to see ourselves in the same way that other people do. This is really great. You know, one of the real remarkable qualities is said here is your gratitude. She's one of the few students that goes out of her way every day to thank the folks at the lunchroom, to thank the folks in the janitorial groups, all those staff people that we all know are there and how important they are. And she goes out of her way to say thank you for what they do. I think that's really, really awesome. And Kiana also makes a point to go out of her way to include every student in the school community, whether it's inviting someone into a conversation or simply acknowledging a peer who might otherwise go unnoticed. She leads with empathy and compassion. Her smile is a constant presence in the hallways. And her kindness touches many students throughout the building every day. On top of all this, Kiana consistently shows respect and appreciation for everybody in the building, a reflection of the maturity and thoughtfulness she brings to everyone. What's your favorite thing that you do outside of school? Roblox. Roblox. Yeah. That's it can get pretty hard, can it? Complicated?
I mean, depending on what game you're playing. Like, usually no.
Oh, really? Okay. It was hard for me. I get to like the starting point. I said, no, I let my grandchildren do it. Okay. Well, it's a pleasure to be here. I haven't been here for quite a while. Every once in a while I got in. Mrs. Pfeiffer had another commitment tonight. And I remember, I was just thinking about it, how, it's been almost 30 years ago. I used to run the SunWest Bank here for a while. And it's just amazing how time gets away from us sometimes. So Kiana, congratulations. Thank you very much. We have a little certificate for you. We have a bumper sticker. I'll get it. Bumper sticker to go on a vehicle. And so congratulations. I don't know how you... I'm sure you'd like to meet each one of the board members and go up and shake their hands. They'd like to shake yours. Take a picture, right?
Take a picture? Yeah. Congratulations.
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 Do we take a picture?
And you want to see, we'll get a picture.
Yep.
So,
Sure.
Mom, don't be afraid to come up here. Take all the pictures you want.
okay, that's right. Make you get on behind that.
Come on back here.
Okay.
Oh.
Good thing you're asking. I'll handle that.
Congratulations again.
Congratulations.
Thank you. Yes, sir. Not a problem. Get a picture with Mr. Rock. Yes. Yes. This is the thing that he runs for office for, so he can get his picture taken with great people. Thank you, guys. Thank you all. Appreciate it. Kiana.
Okay, now we'll move to section G, reading of proclamation celebrating March as Music in Our Schools Month. Ms. Begay is going to read that for us.
Okay, proclamation naming March 2026 as Music in Our Schools Month. Whereas for 40 years, March has been officially designated by the National Association for Music Education as Music in Our Schools Month. encouraging communities across the nation to focus on music education. And whereas music education is part of a well-rounded education for every student as outlined in Every Student Succeeds Act, and whereas the purpose of this celebration is to raise awareness of the lasting positive impact of music education on the academic, personal, and professional growth for our students. And whereas music education shapes the way our students understand themselves and the world around them, allowing for deep engagement with learning. And whereas Music in Our Schools Month reminds us that school is where all children should have access to music. And whereas music educators, students, and communities throughout New Mexico demonstrate the importance of quality music education programs to the lives of young people. Whereas the state of New Mexico joins our music students, educators, and communities in celebrating the power of music education. Now therefore be it resolved, Cobre Consolidated School District does hereby proclaim on the second day of March 2026 as Music in Our Schools Month, and encourages our citizens to celebrate and acknowledge every day, but especially in March, that music education is an essential part of every student's well-rounded education.
Thank you. Next, we'll move on to the adoption of the agenda. There's a motion. Mr. Piper, do you have any recommendations?
Not at this time.
Okay. Mr. Wilgus made a motion.
I'll second.
No, second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
No opportunity for comment. I'd like to make a comment.
After the motion, I usually
Oh,
ask for
second.
discussion.
Okay. Go ahead, Mr. Molina.
Thank you again. On the action items, number 15, how many of these are resulting from the executive session and therefore put at the end of the agenda?
I believe all those are in as a result of the executive session.
Right.
And the reason, if this discussion we're going to have on the process for selecting a superintendent, that itself isn't a closed session topic. The process, which we will be voting on in the action items, is an open meetings process, and doing that, I think there is no reason to have that in an executive session. We're not going to be sharing any names of the applicants. We're not going to be sharing any information about students or any identifiable information that is covered by executive session. So why aren't we having that in open session?
Well, I think it is actually going to be in an open session. If you look at item 12,
Right.
The executive session is just related to the personnel piece, I believe. Correct?
Okay,
Yes.
then where is that in open session then? That's the
And the
discussion.
possible action items.
So you have number 12, and then you have 15.
Number
Number 12 is over right there. That's what we'll be discussing.
in executive session.
Right.
Then number 15 will be back in open session. And the public then would have to wait for us to go through the executive session and then come out and get that information.
Yes.
Just find that as,
Mr. Carrillo, was this recommended by legal counsel?
Yes.
It was recommended we do a discussion about the process in executive session.
The process that we talked with legal counsel, they gave us the actual wording for, I believe, 12, 14, and 15. Right, Ms. Charlene? Charlene assisted us on that.
Okay.
I think we're missing 13. But okay.
You can recall for the vote.
It's, again, can we move this to the open, the part about, because,
So you want to move action 15 right after 12? So that would 14,
no, it would have to be reconvened before then. But I'd like to move the discussion on how to establish a superintendent search advisory committee into,
closed session?
no, not
It's an
into
open,
closed
right?
session. Yeah, it's an open session, but I'd like to move it up a few numbers, like in new business, for example. That way the public doesn't have to wait for the closed session.
Okay, so number 15, action to select and name the finalists for the position of the
No,
superintendent.
Not that part.
So you want B, section B moved up,
B and C, actually.
B and C? Discussion and action to establish a superintendent search committee?
Yeah, under new business,
Okay,
after school supplies. Thank you.
so you make a motion?
There would have to be an amendment to the motion, and that would have to be the person that made the motion.
Ms. Charlene, who was the board member that made the motion? Was it Mr. Wilgis that made the motion for this? Okay. So Mr. Wilgis,
Make a motion.
Could, yes,
I'd
Okay.
like to take my second away to the motion.
I would second the motion.
so I have a first and second. All in favor? Say aye.
Aye.
Yes.
All opposed.
Okay. Any opposed?
Aye.
Aye. Okay. Motion does not carry. We'll leave the agenda as is. Now we will move on to the number 3 student representative report. Section A, Ms. Taylor McWhorter.
Thank you for Thank you for having me here today. First of all, I would like to make it known that the items on my reports are not my personal opinions and they come directly from students that they bring to me to report to the board. Our Heart of Cobre High, the cheerleading team, is having a great competition and will be leaving for state this week. Skills USA will also be leaving for state this week. Boys basketball did great this season and won district and regional championships. And it was barely brought to my attention, but I would like to recognize the band members who made All-State: Joey Uresti, Joaquin Trujillo, and Mateo Salcido. The Stand for the Silent organization gave a very raw and heartbreaking seminar on bullying, and it was very important to our students. Following the seminar, we had a pink shirt day in honor of Stand for the Silent, and students saw this as a way to pay respects for the life of Juliet. I would also like for everyone to keep in mind that the anniversary of the loss of Emmett Shepard will be next month on the 15th. The National Honor Society went to the elementary schools in the district to spend time with students during Dr. Seuss Week. While all of this is good for Cobre High School, a lot of seniors are upset about the capstone project. It is being advised by a committee. Well, from my understanding, the head of the committee is Mr. Brown. They're upset that it wasn't a year-long project and that they only had 2 months to complete this project. They also feel like there's a lot of limitations on the project that they can choose. They would like to be able to have more openness on what they can and cannot choose. It's very limited. And there's a lot of communication issues on Capstone itself. And the price of the prom ticket has been changed to my knowledge. It is now a choice between the $35 and the $25 or $20, and there's options that go within that. So I'd like to thank Mr. Piper for getting that situation taken care of. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Taylor.
I'd like to make a comment
Sure, go ahead.
about the process.
Yes.
If there is any items that you think should be discussed at the board, if you could let them be known to Charlene so she can put that on the agenda, and then we can have a discussion. But because those topics aren't on the agenda, we really can't exchange in a dialogue. So if it is that the students that are suggesting these would like to kind of get a perspective from the board.
Yes, sir. B?
We will go with option B in a
Yeah.
little bit, and we'll
Okay.
discuss those.
Thank you.
Yeah, but
That's why we added B on
but
there.
at this point, we can't add it.
It's added already, it's on there, Mr. Odena, on the agenda already. Under student representative report, it says A report, and then there's B for discussion on her report.
The topics are not on there, and that's what would meet the law, the requirement of the Open Meeting Act.
This was on the agenda last
Last
month,
month.
and we were able to engage in conversation because I think we asked follow-up questions about where prom was going to be held, and I think
Yes, so two wrongs can make a right.
it's on the agenda. I feel like it covers discussion of her report.
In the similar way that the superintendent, well, yeah, we don't have much, yeah, I guess we could say we mess up on that on all of the things, the finance committee report, the audit committee report, board member report, as well as the superintendent's report.
Of course, sir, you've been here 8 years, and we're bringing this up now. So we'll move on, section
I brought it up
B.
before.
Section B, discussion. Now we'll discuss your report. I'm
Thank you.
going to clarify the prom stuff that we talked about last month. I did receive a email from a student who asked me to share this with the board, so I will read and clarify that. So it says the current prom plans were created after extensive planning, coordination, and fundraising by the students and advisors who were directly involved in organizing the event. We worked hard to make tickets affordable while still giving students good value. There are 4 ticket options available. A couple ticket costs $35 and includes 2 free items from the ticket holder's choice. When I asked what this was, it's either a dinner or they're going to have some vendors there. So the $35 will include 2 free items from that ticket holder's choice. A single ticket costs $25 and includes 1 free item. Since the most expensive catering item is $10, these tickets fully cover any item offered. There's also lower cost options, including $20 couple ticket with no items and a $15 single ticket with no items. These options were designed to give students flexibility while keeping cost reasonable. The cost of hosting prom have also been carefully planned. The venue costs $1,500, decoration costs $3,000, and we are required to pay for security, although the cost has not been determined. These expenses were all considered when ticket prices were set, and changing the venue at this point could significantly affect the budget and planning that has already been completed. In addition, junior class representatives went class to class and spoke with both juniors and seniors to gather student input. A poll was taken, and the majority of students agreed that the ticket prices and the selected venue were reasonable and fair. That's from a student that wanted to share the process of prom.
Thank you.
I had a question about the capstone project.
Yes, ma'am.
Is that the graduate profile or?
Yes, so the NMPED requirement is a graduation profile, but Cobre's operating it under Capstone.
Okay, because my understanding of that was it starts in freshman year and then is built up each year you add to your graduate profile.
Yes, so they started it. We started it the week before spring break.
Okay,
So it's like little to no time, and that's where students are becoming stressed about it.
So last year I had the honor to be a sponsor of some of that capstone project, but it started back in August when school started. So did they give you at least a reason why the 1 year? Are we late on that? Why were they late? Or now you have 2 months left, right?
Yeah, I actually do not have a reason. We all honestly thought that we weren't going to have to do a capstone, and then it was kind of just thrown on to us. So,
Any more questions for our student representative from the board?
One thing real quick, the cheerleaders have a presentation, is it Wednesday?
Tomorrow.
Tomorrow. Okay, so it's basically going to be what their competition's going to be this weekend. So if you're not able to make the state competition in Albuquerque, tomorrow evening's a great time to see their showcase. So be nice to have everybody out there supporting that as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Cooper.
thank you. I forgot about that.
Thank you. All right. If there's nothing else, we will move on to public input. Before we move to public input, I would like to read a script that's designed for the public input. So the board provides the opportunity to speak on either agenda items or items of concern or both in order to ensure that each individual has an opportunity to address the board. The board provides a speaker up to a total of 5 minutes to speak during one of the designated public input times. The board president will recognize speakers, maintain proper order, and ensure adherence to the limit of 30 minutes for all public input speakers and a maximum of 5 minutes per speaker. The president may also set a time limit of less than 5 minutes for individual speakers based upon the number of requests received. Questions of fact asked by the public shall, when appropriate, be answered by the president or referred to the superintendent for reply. No action or discussion shall transpire among the board members regarding such questions or comments. Questions requiring investigation shall be referred to the superintendent for later report to the board. Questions or comments on matters that are currently under legal review will not receive a response. Personal attacks on board members, staff personnel, or other persons in attendance or absent by individuals who address the board are discouraged. Confidential personnel matters regarding district employees should be discussed with the superintendent or the employee supervisor. We also request that you not discuss students who are not your own child. Presenters are cautioned that statements or representations concerning others that convey an unjustly unfavorable impression may subject the presenter to civil action for defamation. For the safety of yourself and others, signs and placards are not permitted in the boardroom. However, you are invited to express your concerns during public input or submit your concerns to the board in writing. I have 3 public input today, and one of them is our Senator Gabriel Ramos. Go ahead, sir.
Again, thank you for allowing me to speak. I really do appreciate your all's hard work. I know being a board member is really hard. I've been a board member before, and probably one of the hardest jobs anyone can actually volunteer to do. So thank each and every one of you for what you do. It is a tough position. I just want to report to you all that we did get the $171,000 that you all requested for the purchase of heavy equipment. So we're pretty excited to let you know about that. We are going to have some growth funds. I want to get together with the chair and see where we can, and the superintendent, see where we can help out. We have put aside some funding for Cobre, as well as Silver, Deming, Lordsburg, and Animas. So as you can tell, I mean, I've got a lot of school districts to share this money with, but I do want to get together with you all to see what we can figure out and see where we can benefit the students the best. Okay, and you know, we do have an allotted amount. I don't want to share that as of yet because it might vary a little, but you know, we are excited to have growth funds this year. And the way growth funds work is if we were to give you all $40,000, you'd be able to use 20 1 year and 20 the following. Okay, and that would be after July 1st. July 1st is when the money's dispersed. Okay, and it will be going through our COG. You all are members of the COG, correct?
Yes.
Perfect, because it's a great organization. Priscilla Lucero does a heck of a lot for us, and a lot of times she does it gratis, so we really do appreciate her. But again, we're really excited to have growth funds. We want next year, we want you to have at least 3 requests for us next year, okay? Because we don't know how long we're going to be having the millions of dollars to give out within our districts. This year I had 4.2 million to give out. Of course, I have three counties to give money to, right? I've got 5 municipalities and 5 school districts. So, you know, we do our best to get the money out and disperse it the best way that we can for the most important projects within municipalities. This year, we're really fortunate that we got $15.2 million in Grant County. And because we had one huge allotted amount of money that came in, and that was for our radiation linear machine over at the Cancer Center. So that was really important. We really rallied together with Senator Brantley, Representative Jones, Representative Terrazas, and we came together and received that funding for that linear machine, which was super important. And that's what we like to do. We like to figure out where we can benefit the most people and just move that money as far as we can to accomplish our goals within our district. But again, next year, let's find some good projects that we can help you out with. I think this year was a little convoluted, and you all only asked for that one project, and we got those funds. But I really hope that we can have a little more dialogue next year and figure out where we can benefit our students of Cobre High. Okay, but thank you very much. Again, it was a heck of a session. 30-day session goes really, really fast. And, you know, we start in the morning real early at 7 in the morning and sometimes finish at 12 midnight, 1 or 2 in the morning. And, you know, but it was well worth it. It's great representing this district. And, you know, we're looking forward to next year and the following. So let's work together and let's figure out where we can utilize some growth funds. All righty? Thank you very much, and God bless. And again, thank you all for what you do. Appreciate you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator.
Thank you. Next, we have Mr. Luis Alvarado. Do you guys want to come up together? So I have Mr. Luis Alvarado and Delilah Chavez, who have submitted also forms.
Thank you for letting us come today and speak. I know we weren't on the agenda, but we do appreciate you giving us the opportunity to speak.
So we are here to see if we are able to get a Cobre High School soccer team together for both boys and girls. It'll be both JV and varsity. We have at least 36 boys and 33 girls that are interested in being part of the team.
So we did go to both of the schools, Snell Middle School and the high school. We got signatures from the students. We did speak with the principal, and we did speak with the assistant principal at Snell Middle School, who approved us going there and speaking with the students. We want to give the opportunity to these students to possibly get scholarships, to thrive in a different sport, show their talent, get places. I did speak with a New Mexico recruiter who was thrilled at the idea of me bringing this to you guys. I have played soccer for 20 plus years. I was going to go to college, but I decided to go to a different route, to law enforcement. And I am seeking a different route from that as well. I do think that this is going to bring a lot of attention to the school, pride. They're going to learn different techniques, thrive together as a team, and figure out how to go through life together.
I also have a lot of experience playing, and I've also coached soccer a couple years too. And honestly, I've talked with a few of these students as well, and most of them are not even in sports either. They're in clubs, or some of them are in sports, but they don't interfere with the fall sports. Maybe like about 10 maybe altogether that does interfere, but we could work around it. But even then, we still have enough for a team if possible.
Some of our kids that we did talk to are actually playing club soccer right now. So they are driving to Silver. They're going to other places to play soccer. And they were excited that this was coming about, hopefully getting it approved so they can play here. And there's just multiple benefits for them as students. It'll help with stress. It'll help improve grades because they'll have to keep their grades up to play. They'll learn to develop new techniques with soccer. If they don't even play a sport, it's a whole new experience. I think that most of the students that I spoke with were seniors. However, they said that if they had the opportunity to play, they would have played. And they wish that they had the opportunity to play. So for funding, we put together, we dropped this off at the administration building a couple weeks back. I'm not too sure if you guys got it. It's just a breakdown of costs of how much it would be for coach, assistant coach, uniforms. We got quotes for this. As far as equipment, I've played soccer, like I said. I have equipment stored away. Luis here does as well. We have soccer balls. As far as a field, we can use a football field. We can set up a goal under the, I'm not too sure what you call it, the football, yes. And it could be movable, so it could be put on the field and taken off when football is active. We've already looked at the plans for NMAA to do refs. Las Cruces will send refs down here, and they will assist in reffing. For uniforms, I got a quote from SBZ Engravings. He does shirts, stick-on stuff. It's just an estimate. He said about $20 per player for a shirt and shorts. As far as the goals, we can get them donated from other schools, but there are grants available for the students. So we have the NMAA Foundation Schools Grants Support Program. They also will help us if we get in contact with them, as well as Dick's Sporting Matters grant. They offer about $1,000 to $25,000 for schools to start up a program. So I think that's pretty much where we're at.
Any questions?
Thank you. So we can't give any
Okay.
questions, but I do encourage you all to get with Ms. Charlene Fletcher to get on the agenda for next month so that we can possibly talk about all this opportunity.
Thank you so
And
much.
if you can drop off another copy, I spoke with everybody in the office and we don't know where it was, if, you know, who it went to, or if it was left there and a parent or another visitor picked it up. So if you can drop another copy, I'd appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you all.
Thank you.
That was all that I had received for public comment for today. Yes. Okay.
Is it my turn? This is the, okay. Okay. This is Luis Quinones. Just want to congratulate you on all the wonderful things that are happening within the Cobre Consolidated School District regarding music and sports and academics and so many other activities that students do. So congratulations. This past weekend was a very exciting one. For me, I got to see a lot of old Cobre classmates of mine. And so one was traveling from San Antonio to Denver and heard that the Cobre basketball teams were playing at the state tournament. And he stopped by to see that. And of course, the best thing was that we saw two outstanding basketball teams representing Southwest New Mexico, and specifically the Cobre School District. The boys made it to the Elite Eight. That's quite an honor. And the girls, as you know, made it to the Final Four. That was so exciting. Just like to report that the sportsmanship of both boys and girls and the skills of both of them was outstanding. So just congratulations to them. It was, I saw several Cobre staff there also, and so of course it's all good. And the reason that I logged in, sorry, I logged in a couple of minutes late, so I wasn't able to register as a speaker. So thank you for allowing me these to a couple of minutes, but I'm here also to see the process where this committee that was formed to add the name Dr. Abe Armendariz to the Cobre baseball field. So thank you very much. Again, congratulations on your fine work, and have a good meeting.
Thank you, Dr. Quinones.
Thank you, Nacho.
Okay, next we will move on to number 5, action items. 5A starts off with the approval of February 16th, 2025 regular board meeting minutes.
I move to approve.
There's a first and second. Any discussion? No discussion. We'll call for a vote. All signify by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
Motion passes. Next is item B, approval of the RFP 02-16, 2026 MHSH and site setup. And I believe we have Ms. Crystal.
Mr. President, members of the board, Mr. Piper, thank you for having me here. Today, I finally have a recommendation to purchase mobile homes. The evaluation committee met earlier this morning, and we had one proposal. So today, at this time, I ask for your approval to go with Solitaire Homes of Deming.
Okay.
And this is for the housing in Santa Clara, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And this was the sole response to the RFP?
It was, I had to go back out for bid because the last one we got 2 proposals, but one was incomplete and then the other one was too expensive. So I had to resolicit.
Okay.
And we have till the end of this fiscal year to spend the state funding, so.
I'd like to make a motion to approve RFP 2-16, 2026 MHSH and site setup. I second.
First and second. Any discussion? No discussion. Call for a vote. Anybody signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? No opposed. Motion passed.
Awesome. Thank you
Ms.
guys.
Crystal.
Have a good evening.
Thank you.
too. Next will be C, discussion and advertisement of 3 committee members for renaming the Howie Morales Stadium.
Can I ask a question?
Yes.
Are we renaming or are we adding?
We're going through a selection process, and this is part of that framework to make that decision.
I was under the impression from when I started on this board, when Mr. Dr. Quinones was here, is that they were only asking to add, not rename the stadium. Because I believe I asked the questions, well, why is it there's so many names right now? It's called Rominger Field on the actual field. And then I was discussing with Mr. Piper on the concession stand, they have someone else there, right? Yeah. And then now the Howie Morales Stadium, and they were wanting to add Dr. Abe Armendariz on there. It was what I understood, unless I understood wrong from the rest of the board.
That's accurate, but what's happened since that came up as a requested change is that we decided that we would develop a process, and we use the the Las Cruces model of a policy. And so this is going in enacting that the steps in that policy to create a committee, not to rename, but just to create a committee at this point to consider the recommendations, consider the options or the proposals.
Thank you. So my next question is, we received an email from Mr. Piper earlier on a few members being nominated, right? Or how did that
I
work?
may have just sent
Or
that.
may I send that
I
to
may
you?
have just sent that to you.
Okay.
I think it was a suggested list of committee members from Mr. Quinones. So I think it was basically selected people for each category of what board policy has. And just as an FYI for you, I think according to board policy, the board is only responsible for 3 community members, correct? And so everybody else, 2 parents designated by the PTO or the school advisory council, 2 teachers designated by the faculty. So we need to, we need to follow the board policy as to where those other committee members will come from. But as far as the board's responsibility, and I believe what the agenda item is asking for is, are we going to advertise for people interested from the community? And then how are we going to select those?
So who's the point of contact? Would that be, is that going to be you, or is that going to be the principal or the interim principal for the school? For Cobre?
I think at this point, it's myself, and then I'll assign the principal to that, to, I guess, facilitate the committee, and then select the people and make sure they're getting the people that the board policy calls for.
Okay, so what we're discussing right now would be to approve or not approve, approve for the advertisement to come out. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Reading the policy now, it says in item E, the name is not for a school building. The superintendent will assign an administrator to chair a committee that will gather input for recommended names. The committee's membership will reflect a cross-section of the community. The community will determine how to solicit school community recommendations for proposed names, publicize the opportunity for individuals to suggest a name, forward all names to the superintendent for his or her presentation to the board for the selection of no more than 5 names for a school community vote, oversee the voting process for the school community, tally the vote and forward the recommended name to the superintendent, and the superintendent will forward the suggested name to the board for approval. So it looks like whoever you appoint for chair will be in contact with you, and then you present to the board for a final decision. That's what I'm seeing based on the policy.
That's for a school building, or is that for?
It is not for a school building.
Okay.
Okay, so right here, we would, like I mentioned earlier, just approve for advertisement, right? For the 3 committee members for us to choose, is that correct? So we still choose,
Yeah, item F basically is almost the same thing as E. And that's where I looked at F
I see what you
because I believe Dr. Quinones has submitted a petition to change the name and consider the naming of a district school building facility or specific site, including athletic facilities. So,
okay. So it's changed now from adding the name to now complete renaming it. Is that the petition he has submitted
well,
to you?
I mean, if we add a name, it's renamed anyway, I guess, so.
It seems like he's met the criteria based on F. The proposed name, background data, the rationale, evidence of school community support and input, and then he's also addressed the financial obligations. So if we went based on F, which I agree, Mr. Piper, makes more sense, because it says including athletic facilities. The principal or supervising administrator shall convene a selection committee of. So the committee will be 2 students, 2 teachers, and the 2 students will be designated by the building principal or high school students, 2 teachers designated by the faculty, 2 parents designated by the PTO or the student advisory committee, and 3 individuals from the community nominated by the Board of Education. And the principal or assistant principal, a non-voting chair.
That falls all under F that you recommended, right,
Yes.
Mr. Piper?
Correct.
So it seems like we just have to seek nominations for 3 individuals. That seems like that's our obligation at this point.
Yep, that's how I understand it.
I recommend that we put out an advertisement on our social media, our district page, the daily press, and I propose that we leave it open for 4 weeks
Till the next board meeting?
till the next one.
Okay, perfect. So we'll put it back on the agenda then?
So I'd like to make a motion to do what I just stated.
Okay, there's a motion. Was there a second?
Second.
There's a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Okay. If I can have everyone in favor signify by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? No opposed. Motion pass. Next, we'll have Section D, the discussion and approval of 2026-27 calendar option A or B. So I just have a real quick question on this,
Okay.
Mr. Pepper, sorry. I'd like to thank you for putting up this, the vote, I guess, the results. But there is quite a bit of discrepancy among schools, among staff, and amongst the community. And I was trying to see what was the difference, and I only saw really school starts 7 days sooner. On B, it starts 7 days later, or it could be vice versa. But what I'm saying is, he provided us with a vote like of the academic calendar, just so the public knows. So Bayard voted calendar B. Central was calendar A. Hurley was calendar B. San Lorenzo calendar A. Snell calendar B. Cobre High School calendar A. The food service all went with calendar A. Admin office calendar A. The staff total was calendar B. And the community was more significant by choosing calendar B. So, Mr. Piper.
Okay, basically, the Public Education Department has set how many hours we have to come to school and how many professional development days we can have. So what it pretty much boils down to, a lot of, when I look at the calendars, is either when you want to start school or when do you want to be out. Both calendars have us out prior to Memorial Day. So if we're out the Friday before Memorial Day, then we get to start a week later. So, and I think that's what B is. B is starting a week later than calendar A. So calendar A starts a week earlier, but then you get out a week earlier. Because we've got X number of days we have to be in school, and the parent-teacher conference days and that stuff. So it's pretty cut and dried, unless you do something, they've had what they'll call like a year-round calendar or a balanced calendar, where they may have 2 weeks off in October, 2 weeks off in December, and a 2-week spring break, and then a real short summer. But I think, overwhelmingly, the community preferred the later start. And that's basically what the difference is. I mean, as far as flexibility, we can change professional development days. Our parent-teacher conferences are right around the 9 weeks. It just sort of depends on where that falls. When we did our calendar committee meeting, we probably had 20 to 25 people in there. We had some community people, as well as staff from every school and the administration. So.
So my question was really is, besides the 7 days or starting early, ending late, it doesn't go past May 27th on option B, and it doesn't go past May 20th on option A. Did they, and what I mean by did the schools that chose option A have any reasoning besides when they start and when they don't start? But 'cause how,
I think some of that might be, when I look at it, 3 of the 4 schools that picked A, no. Well, it's just hard to tell. Maybe it's around vacations. I was wondering if it was maybe summer school. So they went out a little earlier. Or they want a break between, I'm thinking Central Elementary. Do they want a break? Because I think summer school's at Central Elementary this next year. So would they want a break between the end of school and summer school? So maybe they went out a week earlier. There really wasn't reasons given that I heard. And it was, it's just one of those things that, it's hard to say what, personal preferences are. Some people, they want the long summer, Either way, it's the same amount though, when it boils down to it.
So I had a question regarding Summerfest because on option B, it shows it on the calendar. So is that a work day for staff? Because it would be before contract time, and then on option A, it shows it being on contract time. So is staff going to get paid for that?
Basically, Summerfest isn't paid for staff, correct? It's just sort of a volunteer type of thing that, the staff shows up and helps. So it's not a paid day, whether or not,
And it's not required that staff attend?
It's not required, but I think it's something that, I would think that, there could be some time for a flex day type of thing. We talked a little bit about, what do we do with some of that? That's a long day and it's hot. So those are one of the things that we've looked at too is, hey, if somebody works Summerfest, do they then maybe get a work day off? And you probably know better than anybody else sitting on the board. You're in your classroom probably a week to 2 weeks ahead of time, paid or not paid. And the teachers are as well. So, like I said, it's just one of those things. And maybe Summerfest was the reason that they looked at the calendar and said, hey, you know what? I'd rather it happen once I'm in school rather than prior to school starting. So, trying to stretch that last weekend out. So,
well, and besides the Summerfest, I see the discrepancy on option A and B of the calendar. So B on the bottom, it says 76 instructional days per semester. In option A, it has 80 instructional days of per semester. The rest, well, there's also 80 on option B instructional days on the second semester, 76 on the second semester. So I guess it balances out.
That 4-day week.
Yeah, I think it balances out there. And then the rest is 140 or 156 total student days,
Right.
165 total staff days, 166 total days for new staff. That doesn't change on both calendars.
Right. And we did add a new staff orientation day at the front for new staff. Norma, she's busy those first days trying to get everybody set, as well as Dee trying to figure out, what benefits do they need and that stuff. So we thought if we can get new staff in a day early, that'll help. Plus, they have their vector training that needs to be done as well. So
I like that was included in their professional development time because they were doing that on their own time.
Yes.
Okay, so the question is, are we go with option A or B? And we all have our packets, and like I said, I see the overwhelming community and the staff that have chosen option B. Admin office, along with food service, Cobre High, Snell, San Lorenzo, and Central all chose option A. Bayard, Hurley chose option B.
And I think with food service, because they have to do summer school, it's usually the month of June. That may be why they picked, hey, give us a week off before we start summer school. So that may have been food services thoughts, so.
I'd like to make a motion to approve option B for the school calendar.
I have a motion. Is there a second?
I'll second.
I have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Okay, I'll be doing a single roll call for this. Mr. Dave Wilgus, your vote for option B, yea or nay? Oh, hearing. So there's a motion and there is a second for option B. And I'm going to do a single vote. So your call first. Yes, Miss Angelina Harden?
Yes.
And Miss Gabby Begay?
Yes.
Myself, yes. Mr. Williana?
Yes.
Motion passes. It'll be calendar option B. Thank you for putting this together, Mr. Piper, and on the staff. And
I'd like to take credit for it, but it wasn't me. Ms. Chavita put all that together.
Thank you.
Made sure she surveyed staff and community. And the other thing she did was she was real careful with the community stuff to make sure people didn't stuff the ballot box, so to speak, as much as was possible. So.
But this helps us.
Appreciate
Thank
her
you.
work on that.
And sorry to the staff. I know it was a close vote. We're made to make a decision, so my apologies.
Okay, next on the agenda is option. We were talking about that so much. Section E, approval of bills.
This was presented at the Finance Committee meeting. I'd like to make a motion to approve the bills.
Have a motion?
I second.
I have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? No further discussion? I'll signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any unopposed? No. Motion passes. We'll move on to section F, approval of budget increase 24101, Title 1, Part A, ES, EA.
You have before you a budget increase, which was just sent out by PED this past month. They finalized our allocation for the year. Originally, they gave us a planning allocation of $383,000, and they finalized it at $510,000, and the difference is approximately about $126,000. So, what we're looking at applying that is a big chunk of it will go towards fully funding our interventionists. When we first built the budget, that was our plan, was to fund it from Title I. We didn't have enough money at the time, but we knew we would have this allocation plus a carryover. So we just partially funded them. We paid. So this will help. This will allow us to continue the year for these interventionists. Also, we're putting it into supplies and materials, professional development, and substitute teachers for professional development, and indirect costs. So the total is $126,294.96. And I might add that this is a final allocation, but we will still have carry over of $235,000 coming our way that PED still hasn't finalized yet. So they normally do that in January, but yeah, we still haven't seen it as of now. So we discussed this in our finance committee also. Any questions on this budget increase?
Thank you, Mr. Frank.
I have a question on the line number 2, the 24101. It has the additional FTE 1, and I
Yes.
take it.
It's just partial. If you add all the partial of these teachers, it adds up to approximately one full position.
And that is $219,000 worth?
63,419.
Okay, I'm sorry.
The column
219.
that says adjusted amount expenditure is 63,419. That's how much we're going to be increasing that line, and the additional part of it is 1.0, and that's
Okay, so there's still the other staff make up the remainder that takes it up to the 219,000?
Yes, because they were all at percentages, and really we're looking at, we'll finalize this when we do our carryover, but that's just kind of roughly all the little pieces of each one of all four of them will come up to about 1 FTE. So I just kind of rounded it up to 1.
So they were paid out of separate funds. So, you know, some of it was Title I. So with this balance coming out of Title I, this may pay
This will help.
2.5 staff members and the others coming out of structured literacy.
Yeah, it's coming out of, structured literacy and also the rural and low income out of there. But what wasn't enough, we were paying from operational, but this will allow us to finish the year instead of using operational funds. It'll help us out. And that was our plan from the beginning, was to wait until we had our final allocation and carry over to fully fund these positions, these interventionist positions. Any questions?
Okay.
I'd like to make a motion to approve the budget increase 24101, Title I, Part A, ESEA.
Have a motion?
I'll second.
Motion second. Any further discussion? There's a first and a second. All signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes. We'll move on to G, approval of budget increase 31703, SB 9, state match cash.
Okay, and this one is, district has the Senate Bill 9 election in place, the Capital Improvement Act, where that's voted on and it was approved. And what the state does is they guarantee, according to the Capital Improvement Act, the state guarantees, if you have this in place, they guarantee so much money, and roughly it's about $89 per unit that you have. And if your local taxes do not generate that guarantee, they'll kick in the rest to bring us up to this amount. So the amount that they're going to kick in this year is $144,000. And I'm looking at applying that just right now, just budgeting into maintenance repair of our buildings. But thing is, they usually don't send us money till about most of the time they send it like right on June 30th. So it doesn't do us a bit of good. So, but I want to at least have it in our budget. So we have it budgeted right now. And then, when we do, if by some chance they send it early, we'll have it ready. But it's normally last week of June that they send this money out. So that's what this one is for. Any questions on this budget increase?
Is there an intended purpose for it yet?
Just any general maintenance repairs that we need to do. But like I said, it won't be used in this fiscal year, but I just want to have budget authority. But like I said, they don't send the cash out till the last week of June. So it really, when we build our budget for next year, it'll be included in there also as a cash carryover.
Okay.
I'd like to make a motion to approve the budget increase 31703, SB 9, state match cash.
I have a motion.
I'll second.
Motion second. Any further discussion? No? All signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. No opposed. We'll move next to H, approval of initial budget 31400 special capital outlay state.
Okay, this is the initial budget for our legislative appropriations. We have 4 appropriations we're looking at. 2 of them are for the softball fields, and 2 of them are for security and network upgrades. So the softball field is $800,000. The security is $485,000. The total of this initial budget is $1,277,000, which is $8,000 short of what you see, these numbers I just gave you. But the reason it's short that $8,000 is that the state holds back 1% on the softball, and that has to be used for art in public places. So once the project is complete, there's a process that we have to go through to spend that money, and it has to be an approved artist on their list. And that's a whole process. So that's why we're $8,000 short, because they hold that back. So any questions in this budget, initial budget?
I don't.
No, it was discussed in our finance meeting, and I just had questions about making sure that we're equitable to the boys' baseball field, similar seating and things of that nature. And Mr. Piper assured me that that was happening. And we talked about who was project manager on the job. Mr. Esqueda had raised some concerns from the previous times, and so we had talked about that in finance committee as well.
So was there a project manager identified?
Mr. Piper.
I'll be the project manager as well as a second project manager, which is one of the things that came out of the finance meeting. I think it's a great suggestion, and that'll be Gary Placencio, being the head of maintenance and stuff, and with his construction background. I think he'll be a good one. So we'll both sign off on that prior to submitting stuff to Priscilla.
Okay. So with that, just need a motion.
I'd like to make a motion to approve the initial budget 31,400 special capital outlay state.
Have a motion?
I second.
Motion second. Any further discussion on this? All signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Next, we have,
Thank you.
thank you, Mr. Frank. Next, we have item I, 2026, the NMSBA Scholarship Program nomination. Mr. Piper.
Yes, this was, I believe was sent to all board members. I wanted to make sure it showed up on the agenda. We did have a student representative that received the scholarship last year, I believe. So part of this is if you received it one year, you may not receive it the next year, but it doesn't necessarily disqualify you. So these are actually due shortly.
It says April 10th.
Okay, so it is before our next meeting. So I would encourage the board to, let's take a look at it. If there's somebody you think you'd like to nominate for this, we can fill it out. The whole packet's right there. You can see the requirements and stuff. It's really pretty easy to fill out, and we can do that. The thing is, we talked about having possibly a special meeting towards the end of the month to acknowledge maybe our district championship teams. So maybe a real quick meeting, which then this could be on as well, and we could get that submitted by the deadline.
I'd like to make a nomination. Historically, it's been our student representative that sits with the board. So I'd like to make that recommendation because it is an action item.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay.
So I have a question.
Yes,
Who's going to fill out the application?
we can. I can.
Okay,
Yeah.
I'll work with you. Matter of fact, I know somebody that can list her accomplishments because, believe me, she's done quite a bit in the community that I'm sure I'm not even aware of. So
So I'd like to make a motion to nominate our student representative.
Good. I have a motion.
Second.
There's a motion and second. Any further discussion? All signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Good deal. Any more discussion on this nomination?
No.
All right.
I would just like to say thank you.
Thank you for all the
Thank you.
work you do.
Thank you guys for giving me this amazing opportunity.
So next we'll move on to number 6. Old business. Discussion, or section A, I'm sorry. Discussion on public input. So I wanted to see where we were at on this as far as having either Mr. Waliana, you had mentioned last meeting and submitted an email about allowing public to speak after every item on the agenda. Are we still on that?
Yes.
Okay.
Any item.
Right, which we have, and I think we kind of discussed it, so I don't want to get it repeated, but what I'm taking from this, what you're all requesting to try and put together is, we have already a public input, which was number 4. We have agenda items and we have items of concern. What you all, or some of you are requesting is to have, for example, number 5 action items, approval of February 16th regular board meetings. After that, you want public input? To put under that, and then giving them the 3-5 minutes, however, and then the next one be approval of, I'm just kind of giving some examples, so approval of the RFP, MHSH, and then after that, you guys want public input? Is that what I'm getting at?
Yes.
It would be, okay, it's not, one, we don't have, we don't have enough people
Do you want to give him one that's working?
to come anyway.
Miss Caitlin, can you hear him? Is it on?
Maybe 1 or 2 people come. But, you know, most people is not going to comment on Frank's budget report. What they're going to comment on is things like the football field, baseball field, softball field, golf course. That's the things that people will want to come in and talk about. And if you limit them to 2 or 3 minutes per person,
So you're saying, so for example, even right now that we're discussing this, if someone has a brief input on it, to allow them to speak a couple minutes to give us their input, not a whole presentation of it, just have them ask a few questions. Is that what you were
yeah,
kind of requesting?
it won't be, they could, if they need, if someone has a problem and they want to talk to the school board, they'd get on the agenda and come talk to the school board. This would be stuff that we're discussing, and someone has a question they didn't understand.
Mm-hmm.
that
Ask
could be
it and then-
explained to them. Or if they had a different opinion on something that one of us had, you know, 2 or 3 minutes isn't going to tie us up. I mean,
I see what you mean, Mr. Wilkes. So is there, I'm trying to read the policy, is there something already in place that allows the school board president to allow someone, Ms. Charlene, to speak, you know, that we don't have to go through another policy change or anything, if we can all agree, and I agree? Okay.
Yes.
So how about we make the determination before the meeting that you can tell me this gentleman here wants to speak on behalf of the football field, something, and when we get to that item, I could say, you know what, sir, Mr. Wilkes told me that you have a question, a brief question on it. What is your question? Are you okay with that? Are you guys okay with that?
No, in the sense that part does work if we can find that ahead of time. But there may be a time that somebody in the audience comes up with a question that was related to something that was stated that, you know, they maybe took objection to or want to make a special statement related to that.
During that time?
Yeah, during that time. So
Okay.
having to identify them before the meeting would kind of take that away. And in that case, like what happened last time with Mr. Cadell is something was said that was going to be discussed about the properties there in Santa Clara or the purchases. And he had that question, and that spontaneity would be, and the board president, as I mentioned then, did have the opportunity to say, go ahead, you can speak. So if we want to go along with that route, but making it not in the point of, okay, you can't speak because, you know, you had that opportunity. If we change that to empower not only the board president, but the board to say, you know, I'd like to hear the person's concern.
Okay.
Mr. Carrillo, I wanted to see what legal counsel had to say about that.
That was my next question, or my next statement. So now that I'm clarifying what you all asking, not necessarily to change the whole policy of the public input, but either to know ahead of time or during that time that someone raises their hand, they want to ask. I will ask legal to see if they still need to stand, come to the appointment, go to the podium, identify themselves, go through that process again, and then let them ask the question. That is what I'll clarify with legal, if you guys are okay with that.
Right.
Yep.
And, you know, the only time that you're going to have a bunch of people in here is if we do something really stupid and they come in here and they're mad. And then that may take some time. But, you know, one maybe people come to the meetings, 0 most of the time. So, I mean, it's not going to tie something up, but if you have someone that doesn't understand something, they have a chance to discuss it.
Okay. I will clarify with legal.
I think if we go that route too, I'd like to have a time limit still per person, because what if they want to speak on each item 5 minutes and we have 20 items on the agenda, you know, right there, that's a lot of time. And I was also looking at other, the Village of Santa Clara. They do public input and they do 3 minutes per speaker. I also looked at the city of Bayard, and they have their public input at the beginning of the meeting. But if we want to go this route, my only recommendation would be that they still are given a time limit per person, because it could be, you know, they could be speaking 5 minutes on each individual item.
Well, that's what I said.
Right,
2 or
unless I
3.
can probably maybe clarify, well, okay, you have a question, ask the question.
That's why
And
I said-
not be a presenter, I
That's
guess.
why I said 2
You're
or
right.
3 minutes.
Okay. Okay, I will clarify this with legal counsel and get back to you all.
The thing you might also want to clarify is, can you respond? Because public input, you're not responding to. So if they ask a question during this discussion, is it okay to respond, right?
Absolutely, absolutely. We can respond because it's on the agenda.
And
But I see what you mean, since we're allowing the public to now
Right.
engage with us. I see your.
It almost
If it
means,
remains
I
on the
mean,
topic that's on the agenda,
Yeah.
there's no question that we have the opportunity to respond, because that does have public notice that will be discussed.
Right. No, I understand that, but now that we're adding the public to come out and engage with us on these, I mean, I'll just get clarification. I mean,
and like I said, I mean, for me, I'm not going to come to public comment. I'm going to wait and discuss it here.
Right.
Where I can get an answer.
Right.
So, yeah.
okay.
So,
And if it's regarding personnel, that would still be under Mr. Piper's purview, because the board only has certain authority as a member of 5. And that also protects our employees' confidential information. Is that right, Ms. Ramirez? We
all
are not
that-
allowed to discuss any type of personnel.
Right.
I will get clarification on all that. So if they, we'll go back.
Or students.
Let's say if we're discussing the golf course and we have a couple people in here and they want to ask questions or make a statement about the golf course, that would be the purpose of this.
Okay. Any further discussion now on the public input? If,
So we're not gonna change the policy. We're gonna allow the policy that we have to remain in existence, where those comments can be accepted, correct?
that's correct.
Okay.
Okay, we'll move on to B, the board members' duty to vote. I had brought this to your all's attention due to the fact that last meeting, there was some information that was spoken about, and we need to just clarify this. And I'm going to, just getting this ready. I'm going to read from the handbook of our school board member handbook, the duty to vote, to clarify the abstainment and stuff. So on section T, it says duty to vote. So every member must vote unless excused by the remaining members. A member who wishes to be excused from voting shall so inform the president, who shall take a vote of the remaining members present. No member shall be excused from voting except on matters involving his own financial interest or official conduct. In all other cases, a failure to vote by a member who is physically present or has withdrawn without being excused by a majority vote of the remaining members present shall be recorded as an affirmative vote. So it goes on and says comment, a board member who refuses to vote without legal excuse avoids his responsibility to make the decisions he was elected or appointed to make. Therefore, this rule takes the position that a member must vote, and it counts his vote as affirmative if he attempts to abstain. Note that it is impossible not to count the effect of an abstention. Without this rule, if a member does not vote for a proposal in effect, he votes against it. So I just wanted to clarify that vote, our duty to vote. The last sentence is without this rule, if a member does not vote for a proposal in effect, he votes against it. But this rule is in effect. So what I'm getting out of this is that if someone needs to abstain from a vote, then the remaining members vote on why he's abstaining, and then we take another vote for that. Am I correct? Ms. Begay, does that sound? So unless you abstain and don't want to give any information while you're abstaining and you say you don't want to vote, then that vote counts as an affirmative vote on that item. Do I understand that correctly?
That
Is that
sounds
what-
right to me based on what you just read.
Okay.
If you abstain and you have a good reason, then it goes as a no vote.
No, it doesn't say that, Mr. Williams. So it says if you abstain and you have a good reason, the remaining members will vote to hold your abstainment,
But
yes or
the
no.
abstention is a no. It's not a yes.
That's not what I just read, Mr. Wilgus.
Well, that's the way I understood it when I read it.
And that's why we're here to clarify that. So let's clarify this from the vote. The way I've read, I want to make sure we're on the same page.
And what Mr. Wilgus said is correct, because I think he's referring to the last sentence.
Without this rule, if a member does not vote for a proposal, in effect, he votes against it.
So, well,
But the rule is in effect. Without this rule, that means,
Actually-
that's what I'm getting at. If that rule wasn't in place, then he votes against it. But this rule is in place.
I've seen an abstention used like if someone missed a board meeting. How can you vote to approve the minutes if you weren't there? So I would abstain from, which is just it's not I don't know that it's a no vote, it's a non-vote is the way I would see it. Is that correct?
Well,
yeah, I don't see how it counts as against it.
it states in there though, it would be involving financial interest or official conduct.
Well, if a person
So
is,
it gives a reason, that's why we would vote on it. If we're asking for an abstention, we can simply say it's because we weren't at the last board meeting.
It'd be like if Gilbert owned a business and he wasn't on the board, and he come in and wanted us to start doing business with him, I would have to abstain because I know him.
no,
No,
Yeah.
no.
he would abstain because it's his business.
Yeah, but he's saying if I wasn't on the board.
Oh, okay.
But in the case of this, the conflict of interest would be is if we're family members, and the law describes the degree of family members that would keep you from voting in that case. But absent that, no.
Well,
There's,
then I would, if I couldn't abstain, I'd have to vote no, because I would not vote because somebody's a friend. I
no,
would not vote yes.
no. In that case, you could vote. You want to abstain, and then the rest of the board will decide whether that's a valid
Right,
reason
that's
for
what
you
I'm
to.
saying.
Yeah, yeah.
Because
And then it won't be
because
counted as a no.
if I didn't abstain, then that would be a conflict of interest because you know,
If you feel it's a conflict of interest, it's certainly something that's your choice. And the board then can either affirm or deny that. And either way, if they affirm it, it's an abstention, it's not a no. If they don't affirm it, it's a yes.
Okay. So there's no further questions. We'll move on to or further discussion on this, we'll move on to section C. The discussion on golf course. So this has been now, I asked to be on the agenda because I got a little confused now. Last meeting, we were asking questions who was running it. I think we got to the point of who was running it, what was going on. We asked Mr. Piper to look into the building that's on there. We asked several other questions and went a little bit even deeper into personnel, which we addressed that now and taking care of that part. But there was a lot of questions. I got zero input from the board or anything that we were actually talking about giving it away, selling the golf course, giving it to the Bayard, city of Bayard. I didn't get any info and a vibe that we were doing that. We were discussing first, hey, this is what's going on with the golf course. That's what I got. So then come to a city of Bayard council meeting. I was told that Mr. Wilgus made a phone call to the city of Bayard asking them if they wanted to take over the golf course. And then that was a topic that Bayard started talking about. Well, okay, so Cobre's going to give it up, and could they afford it? Could they get it? So they started asking a lot of questions. I didn't speak on the board's behalf at all. I didn't say anything until I wanted to bring it up to your all's attention here in the discussion that I'm not sure if we discussed that or if Mr. Wilgus maybe discussed that with one of you all to see if
I was approached by a person and said that they was in City Hall and one of the employees at City Hall said, well, why don't you just sell it to the city?
So let me, because I was told that, Mr. Wilgus, you called City Hall
I did.
and you spoke with a deputy clerk.
Right.
And you called and were really inquiring about us getting rid of the golf course. I don't remember that conversation, so I want to clarify that now.
I think I can add some clarity to
Sure.
that. I think we did discuss the partnership that we had with the city of Bayard that came to an end, and that was that they would provide 50% of the maintenance, whether in person and in cost. Then the mayor's changed, and that no longer was the case. And I think Mr. Wilgus was looking at options that the board and kind of getting ahead of saying, well, let's discuss it with them and see if that's an option we can bring to the table. At no point can anything be approved until it is discussed in an open forum and a majority vote would be taken. So speaking to an entity about that is not prohibited, in my opinion. He's not asking for the city to purchase it. He's asking, is it viable for the city to purchase it, and would you consider it? And then bring it to the board and have that discussion on as one of the options.
I
Well,
have a question.
I'm glad you're answering for him, Mr. Oleana, so I'm glad you guys
We
got
talked.
together
We talked.
and talked about it. But
Yes.
that wasn't what was approached at the city council meeting. That wasn't what it was talked about. I'll let you talk just a bit. What was talked about is that a phone call was made and the offer was basically on the table. Now, that's why I brought this up to now. Go ahead, Ms. Harden.
I called after, wait a minute, just a second. I called and talked to her after the agenda was made, so it wasn't supposed to be. on the
No. The council meeting for City of Bayard happened, and I will clarify that right now. It happened back in, we are March 16th.
Can Mrs. Harden make her comment while you're
Yes,
searching
go ahead,
that?
Ms. Harden.
Well,
I thought we didn't have authority to do that, to discuss that. I thought we had to come together as a board.
Well, that's exactly what my thoughts were,
Yeah.
Ms. Harden. City of
and we
Bayard.
had been discussing it.
But this discussion for,
Being accomplished I was asked if the school would sell it. So I asked this town if they was really serious about wanting to buy it. And she said, well, it can't be on the agenda this time, but it can if they decide they want to discuss it. And what they asked me was, what is the maintenance a year for and I told them I had no idea.
So to clarify, the council meeting was February 25th. So Mr. Wilgus, you stated that, Ms. Charlene, this agenda just went out last week, right? So it was way after the meeting. I'm just saying, like, I just want to discuss this with you all. If this is going to be a discussion you guys do want to, we can move forward. Okay? We can move forward to see if we do want to get rid of the golf course or keep it. But I'd like to ask some questions to Mr. Piper as far as where we're at. We asked to, what was it? The buildings on there?
I think Mr. Piper we asked at our last board meeting for him. He said he was going to look into it and provide us an update at our next meeting. But back to what Mrs. Harden was saying, she is right. Our board policy B-0250, board member authority and responsibilities. All powers of the board lie in its action as a public body. A member of the Board of Education is a public officer, but has no authority or power individually. Individual board members exercise authority over district affairs only by a way of votes taken at a legal meeting of the board. An individual board member has authority only when and to the extent that the board by vote has so delegated such authority. The school board may choose to add a non-voting student member from Cobre High School. The student member shall have all rights of a regular school board member regarding school board business, except the right to vote.
Along those lines, there's no prohibition there that prohibits him from talking about a possible option such as this, to bring to the board to a vote. There is nothing being considered other than identifying viable options and not selling. If it was a part of selling, then that would be exceeding, certainly. But if it's not if it wasn't that, I'd like to sell you the golf course, which I just don't see that being said. I see what's being said as very likely to be, would you consider buying the golf course if it is that that opportunity presents itself? And that opportunity can only present itself if the full board is on board with that. The majority of the board votes in favor of that. And
So let me give you an example, Mr. Orellana, what I would have done in this situation. And we all do things different. If I see that it's an option for the golf course for us to sell it to the city of Bayard, I would discuss that with you all here. I'd try and put it on the agenda. I said I would try and gather the information that I can. I won't make phone calls on my own to see that possible option first and call and speak with the city of Bayard for however long it was and offer it to them if they wanted to pick it up, or however the wording was. I don't know. I wasn't there. It was just reported that Mr. Wilgus had called over there. My actions would be bring it to you all first. Let's make a decision, and then let's go out and talk to the city of Bayard. But it really puts us in not just in a bind, but now the city of Bayard, because of that phone call, have discussed it briefly in their council meeting, and they're under the impression that we're going to possibly sell it to them. And if that's an option, let's talk about that.
That was that was not the conversation.
But nevertheless, the difference between you and Mr. Wilgus probably pales in comparison between the difference between you and me.
Right.
That is.
So I'm more professional, and I know how to at least engage with you all here because we're a board and we're supposed to work together.
That time
I don't just make the calls and do things myself.
Again, it speaks for itself.
It does, and I believe we're doing good as a board.
So therefore, if your point is that we should discuss it here at the board, let's do that.
That's why I put it on the agenda, Mr. Williams. It's here. Let's put it out there. Who are we going to? Well, I want to give an opportunity to Mr. Piper first, and I'm sorry that you're hearing this conversation go back and forth, and obviously we're not on the same page on this golf course, and maybe we can be, because that's how professional I am, Mr. Oleana. So, Mr. Piper, can you provide some update as far as the buildings and without naming names, do you have people running? Did they do volunteer forms? Do we have what we need to do to continue with this golf course, sir?
Well, first of all, I think the use of it probably varies from coach to coach. And I've been to 3 or 4 golf practices, and they're using it 3 to 4 times a week if there's not a tournament. So they are utilizing it. I will say that. And that's probably due to the coach. They do go to the golf course in Silver once a week so they can hit a long ball and not put some of the homes there in jeopardy. So, but I mean, the turnout of kids is incredible. My dad told me a long time ago, there's a lot of business done on the golf course. You need to learn to golf. And I don't think what I do is called golf, but I do spend some time on the golf course. And so, I feel currently it is being utilized. I have visited with Mr. Ryan about budget. We don't do a specific budget for the golf course. Just like we don't do a specific one for maintenance of the football field or something like that. But anything they've needed, we pay all the expenses, fertilizer, seed. I think some of the confusion with the golf course has come, hey, there's weeds there, spray the weeds. Well, then when they spray the weeds, they die, and then we've got erosion. So there's been a little bit of confusion. There's been one individual who is, I'm going to say, a part-time, I guess I'd consider him like a substitute. Would that be correct, Mr. Ryan? As a substitute? He's paid as a substitute to help with the golf course. And then there's another individual who basically volunteers his time. There's a lot of equipment and stuff in those buildings that are there that,
So have we clarified whose equipment that belongs to? Have we clarified the volunteer? Has he passed the background? Have we done that? Because last meeting, I don't think we even knew.
Anybody that's substitute as an employee, and I checked with this with Miss Norma today, has done everything that's required through the vector training.
And your volunteer?
And the volunteer, I don't know if he's been through the vector training at all or not, or if he's just doing some maintenance out there. So.
I didn't hear you, Ms. Nora. I'm sorry.
Can you come up here?
You may not have read it when I sent it to you.
Oh, no, I'd read it, so.
Ms. Norma, you had mentioned, what was it
Just
mentioned?
so, I just want him to understand. I didn't go through myself.
Okay.
Well, we need to confirm the volunteer because I wanted to volunteer and I have to go through. a
Mr.
process.
Wilkes, you probably need to go sit back in your seat there, sir.
No,
Okay. Right. Okay, Mr. Wilkes, you need to go back to your seat, please, sir. What, sir?
this is the
I'm sorry.
professionalism that he
The
shows.
professionalism. Who gets up from a board meeting to come over here and talk to the superintendent when you can share that information with us?
Person that's hard of hearing.
Okay, then we can request help for him, Ms. Caitlin, next meeting. I don't know, we can accommodate for Mr. Wilkes to, I don't have a little speaker by him, or let's accommodate Mr. Wilkes next meeting for his hearing, and we'll look into that. Yeah, thank you. Okay. Thank you. So we've clarified that the volunteer has not gone through any process yet. So
And I don't believe the volunteer's in contact with students. He's just out there, my understanding was doing some watering and stuff, and that.
But as a volunteer, we still need him to pass everything, right? Okay. What about the equipment? We said there was, last meeting, there was a building there that doesn't belong to the high school or to Cobre. Was that looked into?
They put the building out there, and it has,
Who is they, Mr. Piper?
I believe, the volunteer.
Holgram,
so-
Holgram and his group.
Yeah,
So that building doesn't belong to the high school or to the Cobre?
no.
Okay, what about the equipment?
The equipment, a lot of that's been donated.
To the volunteer, to the school?
It was donated to the school, to the volunteer for the school's use. The schools, the students are the ones utilizing it.
Okay.
It's, the purpose when it was donated was for student use, not for him to have to put in a yard sale or something. So it's for the student use.
Okay, Ms. Harden, you had a
One of the buildings partially for the use by the volunteers to get the equipment ready for the students to use, whether there's alterations that need to be done to the clubs. So they work on the clubs there before they get them to the students.
So I'm all for this, okay? And I know that he means well, but we also have rules and policies in place. That's for the reason. So if I took a small building of myself and bought it, took it to the softball field and said, hey, I'm going to assist softball with cleaning their bats, cleaning their gear, would we allow that? As a board, would we? Or would I have to come to the board and ask? All I'm saying is we need to just go through our policies. And I know that this gentleman means well, the equipment he's doing, we need to make sure that this goes.
And my understanding is once you put a structure on property, it's that property owner's structure,
Only if it's a permanent foundation.
only if it's permanent. So,
Yeah, that's a pretty,
I don't know.
We
I
have a
think
lot
so.
of unanswered questions. If you could follow up, Mr. Piper.
okay. And I believe he is out of the country at this point.
yes.
He's in the Philippines.
So, okay.
But maybe an inventory of supplies and equipment.
And it wasn't so much the generosity of somebody saying, hey, let's get together and buy a building and we'll put it up there and we'll use it for that. There was the absence of a building and it couldn't get filled by the school for whatever reason that was. So they did it on themselves because it was a necessity. And in that sense, there's such a negative tone about the things that have been done, whether it's wrong or right. What people did on very good faith should be acknowledged and they should be thanked.
It is, Mr. Juliana. It's I'm acknowledging them and putting the shame on us. And I don't even know who to blame, to be honest with you. Shame on us as Cobre School Board or as Cobre Consolidated Schools for not catching and not providing the funding that this golf course needed. So the negative tone is this.
Okay, because
they should have done that.
That's the exact reason that this discussion about a line item had come up, so that they could see that, that could be purchased from that or.
My
something
next
else like
question
those
to
things.
that, why, so if softball
If
has,
they're not an employee, they do not have the authority to purchase.
no, but the golf team does not have a line item, does it?
No,
so-
athletics has a line item.
Athletics, but softball does, baseball does, or is it all just combined with athletics? Golf team does have a budget. So if golf team has a budget, then we need to make sure that that head coach from that golf team knows that, along with what we have to do to make that ours, unless we're going to sell it to the city of Bayard.
But his budget does not include the maintenance of the golf course.
See,
It's just the coaching and supplies, materials, travel.
So how do we do it for softball and baseball? And I know I keep bringing that up. When they need maintenance.
Facilities and maintenance.
Right.
And so is there a line item budget for, and I think we discussed this in finance, about looking at those budgets in going into next year, getting people's wish lists, things like that. So is that how it's operated, Mr. Ryan, that there's a line item for under maintenance for each school building facility, or how is it structured? Can you come up to the microphone, please? Thank you.
Yes, Mr. Piper brought up a point a while ago, like, for instance, the football field doesn't have a budget, the baseball field doesn't have a budget. We have a district maintenance budget, and it handles all facilities. So whatever the golf course needs, we purchase, whether it be fertilizer, sprinkler heads, any sorts of repairs on their equipment, any equipment that's needed, the district purchases that.
So they don't have a, for example, when you become a head coach and you have a line item, I was told that you have maybe $3,000 right there based off of, for that sport. So does golf have that?
Yes, the golf.
So I know we're talking about maintenance and then now we're talking about like
Yes,
equipment, but
the golf team does have a budget. Each sport has a budget, and golf team is no different. They do have a budget. that
Okay.
The head coach could spend how he sees,
His budget.
yes, towards the program.
That's-
If we pulled all the purchase orders for the golf course, then a member of maintenance would be the one that requested that purchase order, correct?
Yes, correct.
So how is it that things that they feel they need, they don't get? And there's no representation on why?
Yeah.
It's
Could
just
you be specific on what they didn't get
the building, for example. Or
out of every?
Well,
call that
here's
has-
here's where I say shame on us. We don't even know who was in charge of all that.
Yeah, see,
I'm sorry, shame on,
I don't
I had to ask
ever
Mr.
remember them
Piper,
asking for a
who's in
building,
charge?
so.
You told me a volunteer, but that volunteer hasn't been documented, and I'm not saying it in a bad tone, but he's now documented as a volunteer here for the Cobre schools. But how do we address those?
so 15 years ago, you were still the CFO, right?
Yes,
So how is it that that gets decided that, no, we don't have the money for that?
that was never brought up. It was, nobody ever asked for
Okay,
it.
that's fine.
And then, each team has a budget, but their facility doesn't have a budget. Does that make sense?
Right.
I mean, the
Yes,
district
we have a
budget
district
for
maintenance budget.
Facility, but, and I can tell you, their budgets need adjusted all the time because the state tournament costs a bundle when you start looking at motel rooms and meals and that are above and beyond what might have been budgeted team-wise. So,
There's a difference. I understand that part as being team, but the facility, that's the Cobre land that we're talking about. And when mowers when the people have to donate the lawnmowers or use their own lawnmowers to cut the grass, that's a bit much.
That they've taken that upon themselves to do that. There has never been anything that's been denied for them.
And that shouldn't be allowed, Mr. Piper.
That should be provided.
Yes, and it is.
But that shouldn't be
Whatever
allowed.
they
I can't
need,
go to the
we-
baseball field right now and cut the grass because I'm sure you guys will give me a criminal trespass or something.
You're not a
Right,
volunteer.
Right. So,
And he was not a volunteer when this all started. He was the coach over the golf course. And he's the one that got volunteers to help him build it. And he got donations to help get it started. And Dane was superintendent back then. He was helping with it. Am I not right?
The donation part, I couldn't speak for. I never saw anything that was run through the district on donations. Maybe they went out and got donations and used them but the district never received donations for it.
I'm just going by what
You're right.
yeah,
I was
Yeah, understood.
told by an ex-employee that took care of the golf course.
so in essence, I mean, it sounds simple. Mr. Piper, can you get this gentleman another volunteer form, pass everything? Can you find out the equipment, who it belongs to? Can we fix this? Is the golf course salvageable that we want to keep it as in the district? Or if the board wants to go a different route, maybe we can start discussing that. But I'm more worried right now on who's in charge of it. I'm not questioning his good judgment on it. I just want to make sure that if maintenance oversees this volunteer or however, and then that things are getting, of course, things are getting done as they request it. If they're requesting whatever it is, I'm trying to treat this like any regular sport. Basketball, volleyball, would we be doing this with them? Golf is another sport that our students like, and there's a lot of students this year that are out for it. So I just want to make sure and we get them what they need and go the right way. If it's been wrong all these years, let's fix this now. Thank you, Mr. Ryan, for clarifying that.
Thank you.
So in essence, on this discussion, we'll move on in a bit as long as we are in agreement that we're going to get some answers from Mr. Piper and see what it's going to cost or see what his report for next month. And then can determine what we want to do with the golf course if we all in agreement to that. Okay. Any further discussion on the golf course? All right, next is 7, new business, discussion on school supplies. Ms. Begay, you had brought this up.
So we had talked in finance committee
we had talked in finance committee about the Title I funding, the supplies and materials. And so I had mentioned school supplies because last year we had talked about the district providing school supplies for our students. And so at the time we were told that that money couldn't be used on specific school supplies because Freeport donated the money. But at the finance committee, Mr. Ryan had stated that those supplies came out of Title I funding. And so my question was if we're going to be able to provide school supplies to our students. And I had Ms. Fletcher pull the board meeting minutes from last year. It was April 7th, 2025. And so I did mention this at the meeting, and I had said we had talked about it last year. So in 2024, that teachers would be allocated money to purchase school supplies because teachers would, different grade levels require different things. And then Ms. Villa had stated she wasn't sure, as Freeport is the one that donates to Summerfest.
Just to clarify, you're reading the meeting minutes?
Yes, sir. I'm
Okay.
sorry.
Go ahead. That's okay.
I'm reading and I can forward the minutes to all the rest of the members. So I'm just kind of doing a repeat of what I had asked for last year. And I had mentioned that Silver uses this process. And I asked if there was a possibility of looking into or talking to people in Silver and how that process goes. At the time, Vice President Heredia explained how teachers can order the supplies they need for their students and it would not come out of the pockets of parents. And so now that we have an understanding that Freeport does not pay for the school supplies, that it comes out of our Title I funding, and we just had a budget increase for supplies and materials, I'm asking that the district get with each school site with teachers so they can purchase those school supplies for their students for the upcoming year. I also wanted to read that teachers would have an input on what went into the boxes. And then here it said, Mr. Guadiana explained the difference between Cobre and Silver is that Cobre still asked parents to purchase an extensive amount of school supplies, and he was hoping this wouldn't be the case anymore. So all I'm asking is if we can do this coming school year, that we provide school supplies to students.
And we're currently working on that. I've met with several of them. Ms. Begay at Snell is going to go to clear backpacks and not use lockers. So we're ordering all the backpacks. I mean, if that's something that we're going to require, then we need to provide them. Because if, what is there, 220 kids roughly at Snell, maybe, they may not be able to find 220 clear backpacks. So we've already looked those up. We've already got a requisition in for that. We've also talked to the building principals about, hey, what do you need for your students to be successful? And looking at that, you know, and there will still be those supplies from Freeport combination available at Summerfest. There'll just be some extra stuff, but we are going to have the teachers provide us with a list of what they need. And it's funny because President Carrillo and I went, and one principal said, I've got all the supplies they need in the closet. And others said, we don't have anything. You know, teachers spend all their money.
Or they buy their own.
Yeah, buy their own. So, you know, it's one of those things that we'll ask. And I think when we do say we're going to provide these, we need to also reiterate that don't ask your parents for this stuff.
So are we double spending? Because I think we were told in the finance committee that the order's been placed already for
Yes.
the Summerfest. And based off of what Ms. McGay was saying, if the order's been placed and now we're going to ask each school and fund that, I guess my question is, why can't the order be canceled and then just order what's on here on the minutes and then move forward on that?
Backpacks have already been ordered and already arrived. They've already arrived.
In the one school.
No, for the Summerfest backpacks, which were not clear.
Okay.
So anything extra there, we can just set aside and save for Summerfest 27, yeah. So, I mean, it was just one of those things that we found out that she wanted clear backpacks, and it's like, oh, we don't have clear backpacks at Summerfest.
It's just
So-
incredibly frustrating, because I mentioned it last year, and then in this minutes, it says that I had mentioned it the year before, so we're on year 3, and still we're not making these gains. And I think one of the parents gave an example. They have 3 kids, one at the elementary, one at the middle school, one at the high school. The supplies are gonna vary. We're not gonna have a high school teacher ask for crayons,
Right.
So I think we need to go to the teachers and ask them what supplies they need for their students and take that burden off of our students and our families. And all I'm asking is that it happen this coming school year, and that it be taken into consideration. And we did have a teacher at our finance committee. I was really glad she was able to attend. It was a high school teacher. And she also had mentioned that the supplies would be different, and it'd be nice to have supplies for her students.
And the teachers were given input about what they would like in a box. But you aren't going to hit everything every teacher needs. I mean, a history geography teacher may want colored pencils where the English teacher isn't going to want colored pencils, at the secondary level. So,
Right, but the way,
yeah.
if you pick up the phone and call Silver Schools and ask them, hey, how do you order supplies for each school site, each grade level? They have a system that works, and the burden is not put on parents.
So in this essence, the minutes that you're reading, the requests that you've made were not followed through? Did something happen here between the cracks that it wasn't ordered again? Because this looks like it wasn't even looked at.
Change in superintendent. That happened
superintendent.
April,
So-
and I came on in June. So.
Okay. So usually when we vote on something like this, it goes probably to you, and then the change, whether it's going to be next year or whether it's going to be in 6 months. Do you have a system in place to remind the staff or somebody that hey, the board voted this to be back or next August?
And we didn't.
Do we have something in place?
But it was a discussion.
Oh.
And I
Yeah.
think we do have things in place, and hopefully moving forward, we can remedy this situation.
Okay.
For
And-
our families and our students.
And I think-
I think there was confusion about Freeport paying for the supplies, but then at the finance meeting, I got clarification that in fact, it's not Freeport that pays for the supplies. They pay for other things related to Summerfest. Mr. Ryan explained the free hot dogs, the Cokes, things like that. And it was actually the school district that was paying out the money for those backpacks.
And I think the people that have done the purchasing for Summerfest definitely weren't at a board meeting. It was probably never relayed to them what the board's wishes were. So we can change
So
that.
let me backtrack a little bit.
It was under the report of
Okay.
the employee, and then the other employee also responded and said here that they would look at this next year.
So your last statement, you said the Cobre schools pay for the backpacks for Summerfest. Did I hear that right?
That's what Mr. Ryan explained to us at finance.
So then we're paying for Grant County's backpacks because anybody comes to the school, right?
Is it a blending of funds?
Or anybody in the community, anybody from out of the community. We have been paying for that. Yes, Ms. Charlene. Right.
I know there's
So we've
boxes.
supplied backpacks to Grant County and other students,
Well, it
which
says-
is,
It says right here that last year, according to this person that gave the report, close to 150 kids were not from Cobre School District. And it also states that this person will go back and look at the budget for teachers who will be needing more supplies that were not given in boxes. This person also stated It is stipulated through the funding that it is done this way, and when Freeport donated the money, they wanted it to be a community event, which I think, love Summerfest, I think it's amazing, but I'm glad we got the clarification on who pays for the
Right.
supplies.
Right. I mean, I'm all for students, and we're all here for the Cobre District, and if we can help more, we can. I think that I haven't gotten an email or anything yet, but Summerfest should already start having committee planning pretty soon. So I encourage us to attend, or if we want to appoint someone there or however, but I think we need to give our input in it and make sure that our students and staff are getting what what we voted for and what the supplies are, because no, ultimately they come first. Our Cobre District comes first, and then what else we can contribute to the community, and thank Freeport and everybody that help us in in doing this, or make it a community event then, and put aside stuff for our students. It's all that we can talk about maybe in the upcoming committee. I know I haven't gotten information just yet, but pretty soon we'll be getting that. So I encourage us to attend and give our input.
And I could share these meeting minutes with the rest of the board and you as well, Mr.
Okay. Any further discussion on school supplies? If not, go ahead.
Just a quick one in terms of, we can't micromanage the superintendent, and this is certainly something that he is responsible for. In this case, certainly he, and if it would be a she. And the idea of a vote on that would probably not be effective. It would be our discussion in terms of saying it's our intent not to have this cost come to the families of that. And, it's not a vote. It's a discussion that we have and that the superintendent understands, and that they run it, not us.
I agree. That's why it was
Yeah.
listed as a discussion.
Yeah, but just the mentioning a vote, just where you talked about coming back and then we'll vote on it, or we all agree.
What did I say? What did I say?
No, I didn't say you did. It was
I said some. I
You said
vote.
vote.
Vote
Yeah.
on what, sir?
on, how we're going to do this. You have all the committees together and we'll.
I said I encourage us to go to the committee and speak and get involved in how whatever we can to help with Summerfest. I don't think I mentioned a vote, but she'll go back in the minutes, because I understand what you're saying, but I wasn't going that route. Just to clarify that then. So next we'll go to number 8, Finance Committee report, and I'll let Ms. Begay kind of we talk about this. I know that it's almost repetitive. Mr. Frank explained to us on the changes, and then we put in the agenda, and then you still come up here and give us the whole speak of how the changes were, and then now we have a committee report, Finance Committee, that's almost the same thing.
So.
But I mean, I know that's what it is on the agenda, so.
So we met on March 4th. We reviewed the bills and we approved those tonight. We also reviewed the credit card statements. Mr. Ryan presented the fund balance report as well as the budget status report. He also shared with the committee the fiscal year 25-26 final unit value memo that came from PED. The budget increase for Title I funding that was on the agenda tonight, and then also the budget increase for the state match for the cash. And we also discussed item 9, the initial budget for the special capital outlay state.
I don't remember if we discussed, or maybe the answer was that we don't know our budget yet, but our budget workshops, we're going to try and get them as soon as we know our budget, or as soon as they sign off on it, right? Good. Okay. Okay. Thank you, Mr.
One of the other things discussed was, Mr. Ryan said there was some capital money for furnishings for the schools. I visited with every school except the high school, and let them know, hey, there is some money available. Start developing some wish lists. So that was also discussed at
Is that
finance.
something we talked about with the fencing and stuff will come for?
Yes.
Okay, 'cause
And furniture, I think.
furniture and
Yes.
fencing.
Desks,
Yes.
things like that.
Desk
Yes.
chairs, yes, so.
I had a question. Was there any discussion about the impact of, if we are selected to get the schools built, as to how that affects our SB 9 money, how that affects our general bond money?
No, that was not on the agenda.
Okay.
So, Mr. Ryan, can you please put that on our next agenda?
Can you repeat what was discussed back then? Do we know for sure if the, and what was discussed was there was no clarity as to whether the general obligation bond money would be available for in its entire amount or just part of it. So
So maybe you can get with Mr. Piper and have Mr. Piper after the meeting, maybe another email or something.
We'd have to
reassure
sell the
that.
bonds, basically. We didn't sell the bonds. There was a chance to sell bonds, but there was no need to sell bonds if the project hadn't started. As far as the building stuff that needs to be done, that's got to go to PSFA for a waiver because $6 million isn't going to come close. So we need the waiver from PSFA, so that's the next step. And Mr. Ryan and I've talked about architectural costs, and it's going to eat up a bunch of that. So, but the first step is getting with PSFA. We have all of our ducks in a row. Our facility master plan's up to date. We're bonded to a 10 mil, which, qualifies us for waivers. We're in that, the top 17 with the high school, and I think middle school 67. I think PSFA's excited that we can get those off the list. And we heard Senator Ramos today talk about the amount of money that's available. I think now's the time to go for it. So whatever we can do, we've got to wait. PSFA sort of has windows that open where we can submit applications. So, and we'll do that as soon as it opens.
Thank you, Mr. Piper. Any other finance committee report information? Then we'll move on to number 9, the audit committee report.
It was canceled.
It was canceled?
It was canceled.
Okay.
Mr. Piper?
Yes, it was canceled due to the spring break and stuff going on there. Really didn't have anything from the auditors. She's trying to finish up some reports, and we'll look at that, I think, at maybe a special meeting here at the end of the month.
Thank you. We'll move on. Go ahead.
if you have that meeting before the end of the month, I'd be happy to see that, because it is a requirement by state law that the audit committee meet at least once a month with its auditor during the time that they're performing audits. And I think we're forever performing audits. So usually this would be an off season, but not the case.
So you're saying it's going to be rescheduled by the end of the month?
That's good.
Thank you. Next, we have board member reports. I will start with Mr. Dave Wilgus.
Had a mother call me about the girls' locker room. Said it was disgusting.
Which school, sir? Which school? Here at the high school? Okay.
High school. And said that the girls, when they have games and stuff, they have to eat in there. And she says it's disgusting.
Okay.
It's just something the maintenance needs to look at it, see what they can do to make it better. They will do something. That's all I would say.
Okay. Miss Angelina Harden.
Yes, I'd like to thank all the coaches for their hard work and just getting these athletes to state, and it's awesome to see.
Thank you. Ms. Gabby Begay.
Thank you, Mr. Carrillo. I just wanted to wish the students and teachers well. I know state testing is coming up, and it's kind of a stressful time for students and teachers that are taking the state tests. I just want to also take a moment to appreciate all the administrators that share their agendas with us. I really enjoy seeing the pictures. I know several of the elementary schools, as you all know, I'm an elementary school teacher. They celebrated Dr. Seuss Week and the importance of literacy with all students. So that's it. Thank you so much.
Thank you. My report is mainly just to acknowledge, I try and acknowledge everybody in the community by going through the Facebook, by going what our accomplishments have been as a district, whether it's at every level of the schools. National Honor Society, there was new members inducted, and also they visited the schools and shared stories and read to the students. Central Elementary had Math and Science Night, which was a huge success. So they thanked Freeport McMoran for funding the math and science, and also NMSU STEM outreach for their planetarium and Ozobots. I want to congratulate the Cobre Youth Wrestling. They had 9 students from the district that placed various placings up in Albuquerque, so congratulations to them. The cheer team took first place in Bernalillo, so congratulations to them as well. They traveled this Saturday for the state tournament, or not tournament, for the state competition, so good luck to them. Powerlifting's been doing good. You'll see the powerlifters are moving up in their rankings. And I want to congratulate really the boys and girls basketball team for making the state playoffs. I know the outcome wasn't what we wanted, but they worked pretty hard to get there. So I want to congratulate them. Especially I want to recognize Michaela Duarte and Zaven Guck. They made the all-star team selection, and they will be playing this Saturday. So they got one more game to play. So good luck to them. I've been seeing it all on social media that there is a Miss Grant County scholarship pageant on May 9th here at the Cobre High School Auditorium. So I want to encourage all the young ladies there from Grant County, not just the Cobre District, to attend this and compete for that. And just to echo what you said about the Dr. Seuss, I saw so many schools celebrating Bayard, Hurley's, now Dr. Seuss Week. So it's really fun to see the social media and the kids and the teachers interacting and make our district look very good and proud of them. So I just want to make sure that they know that, yes, as school board members, we have all this duty, but we take time in social media and acknowledge them as well. So that's all I got for now. Mr. William.
I echo what has been said, and I appreciate that that's been said. And about the only things I can offer that are different to that are, I really want to thank the superintendent and the high school for having the concession stand down where it's supposed to be. That was really phenomenal to see the number of people that went there. So I think that's going to happen.
Access is a lot better.
Yeah, it's a lot better. And I just hope that we can still go look at and I'm glad basketball season is over, but it's a good time to take a look at the stands and make that the handrail stable for that. And hope that can happen in quick fashion. Thank you.
Mr. Carrillo, can I add one more thing?
Absolutely.
I just want to acknowledge the proclamation we did for music education. As an elementary school teacher, my students love music. In the district I work in, they cut the program, but it's just instrumental in these kids' lives, the songs that they learn, and then they feed into band, mariachi, and then it takes them into college. And so I just wanted to acknowledge that and our music educators, because they do make a big difference.
And I forgot one.
Yep, go ahead.
National History Day. We did have that competition at Western, and there were several people that were selected to go on to state from Cobre. So I mention thanks to that, and thanks to Mrs. Gutierrez for being the sponsor of that and getting the students involved.
Good deal. That completes our board member reports. Now we have number 11, superintendent's report, current events.
Well, you guys took most of what I had. So, like I said, the cheerleading showcase tomorrow night. You know, and if you've never been to a cheerleading competition, the first time I went, it was like, that's it. I mean, they get one shot. And I think they've actually got 2 performances on Saturday. I would think one's at, I want to say like 9:40 or 9:20 and another one at 10 something. And I mean, those are their 2 shots. I mean, and that's it. It's like, well, when do you guys go again? Well, we don't. And it's like, really, that was it? So, you know, if you can attend the showcase, you know, do that. Busy time. Mr. Ryan stated we're headed to budget conference.
What time's that showcase and where, Mr.?
I believe it's 7 o'clock here at the high school. I'll verify that and email you to be sure. You know, once again, congratulations to the basketball teams. We've got softball, track, golf, baseball, powerlifting, cheer, all going. I mean, it's a really busy time. Personnel-wise, we are going to have a change within our office that deals with some of the transportation stuff. And so, you know, we're looking to, we actually have offered a position to somebody and they'll give their notice and we'll get them in and get them trained. So hopefully a seamless transition there. Very important job making sure these kids get where they need to get to and that. So like I said, road grant has been submitted, has been accepted. What we looked at with the road grant was what's going to benefit the community the most. We looked at several different projects. Once again, thanks to Mr. Ryan, he's got a little extra funding. So we're going to pave up there around the softball field. I think we looked at it and it was like too much money one year. So we've gone ahead and submitted for that again. And hopefully we can get funded for that. Also working with Georgia Sketa with the drainage issues that we have that feed into the golf course. And I mean, they're tearing into Jones Street. So, you know, we're trying to get some people down here to look at that because really that's not, I mean, what the highway department has done has caused the issues going down through there. So I'm working with them. And additionally, DOT has some furniture that they are possibly going to be getting rid of. So there's going to be a few of us going over to see if we can get anything there. It's cheaper than a yard sale. And we do have some things going on, as well as some construction within our office. If you haven't been in, the conference room is gone. It is now an HR room for Miss Norma. And she will have the ability, I mean, her office is so small. If she needs to meet with a student and a parent, it's really pretty crowded. So this will give her some room and have a actual place to put in all of her files where they're there and they're secure and easy to access for her. She puts in a lot of steps back and forth. So
You said it was a conference room, so is it the one that you walk right there and to the right? That's going to be
it's
her
gone.
office now?
Yeah, that's going to be
Okay.
her office. So, so we do have a little space down there, but she heard me mention furniture today and she said, I heard furniture. I said, yes, ma'am. So we'll go take a look at what they have. They've got some desks and stuff and some chairs. So if we can save some money that way, we'll go ahead and do that. So, and that basically concludes my report.
Thank you. We'll move to B, fundraisers.
And once again, your fundraisers are in the packet. Like to thank the community for all the support they provide. The teams and the groups of athletes, students, all benefit from that. Well, another thing that's going to be going on is Skills USA is headed to Albuquerque, I believe, this week as well. So wish them the
Good
best
luck
of
to
luck.
them.
Trying
Absolutely.
to keep track of all of these
It's tough.
is a little crazy, so.
Okay. Next on the agenda, we have number 12, executive session notice is hereby given. That the Cobre Consolidated Schools Board of Education will meet an executive session for the following purposes as permitted under the New Mexico Open Meetings Act. A, as permitted under Section 10-15-1H2 of the New Mexico Open Meetings Act to discuss limited personnel matters, specifically review and discuss superintendent applicant information of all qualified candidates, discuss candidates to be interviewed, interview questions, and other candidate-specific issues related to the selection and hiring of a superintendent.
I'd like to make a motion to go into executive session for the reason just listed.
A motion? Motion and a second. Discussion? Nope. We'll take single votes. Mr. Dave Wilgus, Miss Angelina Hardin,
Yes.
and Miss Gabby Begay.
Yes.
Myself, yes, and Mr. Gilbert Williana.
Yes.
Okay, we are now in closed session. Time is 7. have it on my phone.
It's like going to be out about 15, 20 minutes, about 40 minutes ago.
I'm not connected. That's why I'm not. Okay, reconnect. Apologize. Okay, I'm connecting.
Okay. We're on 14.
Okay. Okay, so now we'll go to number 14, reconvene in open session. At the conclusion of the executive session for statement affirming that no action was taken in executive session and that discussions were limited to the items listed on the agenda for the executive session.
I make a motion to come back into open session.
I second.
With first and second, individual vote, Mr. Dave Wilgus. Ms. Angelina Hard,
Yes.
Ms. Gabby Begay,
Yes.
myself, yes, and Mr. Williana.
Yes.
We are back in open session, times 9:16.
Mr. President, I'd like to make a motion to allow the board president to read a statement that addresses action item A, B, and C.
I second.
I have a first and a second. Any more discussion?
Will that involve a vote for A, B, and C separately, or is it all at once?
All inclusive.
Okay.
First and a second. I'll signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Did we come out of closed session?
Yes, we voted. Let's see. You said yay. It's been a long night.
It is.
The Board of Education is pleased to announce the 6 candidates selected to move forward in the superintendent interview process. The candidates are Dr. Thomas Graves, Dr. Robert Sims Jr., Dr. Carla Spaniel, Jeff Gebhardt, Dr. Veronice Gutierrez, and Dr. Adam Amador. During the first round of interviews, our elementary school principals, middle school principal, and high school principal will work together to present each candidate with a leadership scenario that includes specific parameters. This process will allow candidates to demonstrate their problem-solving, decision-making, and leadership skills in a school-based context. All 6 candidates will participate in interviews during the first week of April. The interviews will be on March 31st from 4:30 to 5:30, 5:40 to 6:40, and 6:50 to 7:50. The next date will be April 2nd from 4:30 to 5:30, 5:40 to 6:40, 6:50 to 7:50. Following the interviews, the board will select 3 finalists who will advance to the next phase of the process. The final 3 candidates will participate in a public forum interviews during the week of April 6th through April 10th, giving members of our community the opportunity to hear directly from the candidates. Mrs. Norma Ramirez, our HR director, will assist the Board of Education by compiling interview questions based on input provided by board members. Mrs. Ramirez, our HR director, will coordinate interview specifics with candidates. The Board of Education will make its final decision at the Monday, April 20th board meeting. We encourage members of the public to attend the public forum interviews for the final 3 candidates and participate in this important process for our district.
I make a motion to adjourn. No, I included in my motion.
You included we voted yes?
Yes, we voted for him to read the statement that addressed items A, B, and C. When I made my motion, I said I make a motion for action items A, B, and C be addressed with the board president reading the statement. And we all voted yes.
So she made the motion to read it.
So now you're asking for a motion to accept what I just said? Okay, well, I need a motion to accept what was just read from myself.
I move.
A motion,
I second.
8 seconds. Any more discussion? Okay. We're going to go with single roll call. Mr. Dave Wilkes? Ms. Angelina Harden?
Yes.
Ms. Gabby Begay?
Yes.
Myself, yes, and Mr. Guadiana?
Yes.
Okay, now I'd like to make a motion to adjourn.
I
Second.
Motion and second. Meeting's adjourned.
Okay.
9:20.